Greetings and salutations. My name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven for our 28, this is 28, journal number 28 of the 30 for 30. 30 in 30? Yeah. Oh man, I'm so excited for today because I've been wanting to do this and it's kind of a crazy idea, but not. I mean, I'm kind of crazy, but I have this pizza box, right? So I want to turn it into a journal because I love this. I think this would look really cool as a cover. But I want to make a journal that it folds in and then this side folds in, or some, I don't, maybe like fold in and then have those two fold in. And I don't know how I'm going to do that with the creases in it, but that's my idea, and it might work and it might not, and we're going to find out. So I'm going to leave this on here because we'll go through and put panels on the inside. But yeah, I really like this. I might come in with some black splatters in here too at the end. So what if, let's play the what if game. So paper in the United States is 8.5 by 11 for letter size. And I've got plenty of letter size. So what if we made this 11 tall, or 12 tall, so we can fold the papers in half. And then that would make it, okay, I need to write stuff down because I'm a visual mather. Let me grab a piece of paper here. So we're going to fold the paper like this, okay? Like that. So this is up and down is 11 for up and down. And then side to side will be 4 1/4. Okay, so if we have one journal here, and then one journal here, and then have them fold together and maybe have something in the middle, like a file folder thing, a folio with pockets in the middle. So we would need this to be 4 1/4. Let's do a 1/2 inch spine so we can put one signature in. Do the same thing over here. So it could be a lefty or a righty journal. So 4 1/4 and 4 1/4. So let's write this out in decimals because my brain works better in decimals as of late. And then 0.5. So that would cover our back, our file, our spine, and then our front. But then we want to have, so this is 8, 9. So that's 9 inches. But we want to have a little space here. Probably, let's say, 1/2 inch front and back. So that'd make it plus 1 inch. So that'd be 10. Can we do that? Can we do that? Yes, we can, and I have room to spare. So let's do, because can we do that on this side? Yes. Just to keep our brains happy, let's do 10.5, just to give us a little bit of extra wiggle room. So there's 10.5. And there's 10.5. Okay, so I have a really big paper cutter that we use for our really big prints. And I'm going to go on the table. It's on the table right now. So we're going to do this at 11. We're just going to cut it right on these things because it's right at 11.5. So that'll give us a 1/4 inch on either side, which is more than enough. But that way we don't have to have it perfectly stacked on either side. We can make a junk journal on either side. So let me go over here. I shall return with a cut box. So I have these ideas that just come to me just randomly because I'm me. Let's just cut off. I should have done this the other way. Hang on. No, I gotta turn off the light and then turn on the light. Give me a moment, because I only put half the lights on when I'm in the studio, just to save a little energy, and it actually keeps it cooler down here. So we're gonna turn off the lights and then turn them back on. There we go. Oh, I can have the other lights on. Haha, I can see. What a wonderful thing. So we're going to line this up. With the edge. There we go. There we go. There's one side. Once I get this trimmed off, then I'll come back to the station and because I can see better with that, with Fanny. Okay, I'm grabbing Fanny on the way there. Hello again. Okay, so I'm going to cut this right here. Cool, we'll have tags. Or a pocket. That would be a cute little pocket. This is going to be too small for, it might be a good belly band. If we decide to do that. We're going to cut this here. Okay, so that's done. Excuse me. Now let's take our scoreboard out. And we're going to score on this side. We're going to come in. He said, this is why I write things down. So we're going to do a half inch, 1/4 inch. So 5 1/4, right? No, 1/2 inch. So 5 1/2 will make the spine. Come in 5 1/4. 5 1/4. Oops, let's get our ruler so we can do this straight for sure. For sure, for sure. Come on, work with me a little bit. There we go. 5 1/4. Wait. They're 4 1/4. So 4 1/4 plus a ½ inch is 4 3/4. Yes, this will be the front of our spine. 5 1/4. Okay, let's see how that scored. Now this paper is going to probably tear because it's glued on. It's going to tear a little bit, and I'm okay with that. So right now, that's the top of the spine, because we want it to come in 1/4 inch. Right, ½ inch. Right, so 4 3/4 will give us our ½ inch spine. Right? Right. Yep. This is the hard part for me because math is not my strong suit, but we keep going. So this is how you can take a pizza box and turn it into a pretty present for somebody, or something for yourself. So we did 5 1/4. So we're just going to make sure that we did this right. Oop. Why are you not folding? There we go. Okay, so this will go in here, and then this will fold up. Yeah, it's all right. We're gonna put some brown tape on the inside, and we'll do some really quick DIY washi tape. So we'll have that. That's not straight. Okay, we're just gonna let it be a little crooked. It's fine. We'll make it work. So we're gonna do the other on the other side, and so we just as a see that just lift it a little bit. Let's take our glue and glue this down right now. That way we don't risk it ripping further. And then we'll do some DIY washi tape to go on the spines. So that way they don't rip out. Because that's the joy of working with chipboard and collage, is you gotta kind of work with it. You can't just like force it to do stuff. I'm trying to figure out why this folded crooked. So let's it's all right. Now let's get this down. Jace, I'm having one of those days. Murphy's my friend today, apparently. Okay. So we did, just to remind ourselves and write this down. So we did 4 3/4, and then 5 1/4. So we made it, it's 11 1/2 tall. And then whatever, we did 10-inch panels, 10.5-inch panels. I'm writing this down because I have more pizza boards and I might make more of these if this turns out. Because this is, if it turns out, I'll be happy. If it doesn't turn out, I'll be happy too, because then I learned, you know? All right. Let's see. Okay. So 4 3/4 is where we're going to score at. And then I'm going to fold that one. Maybe. There we go. Stuff is kind of obstinate. It's like a toddler. It does what it wants to do when it wants to do it. Okay. Again, it's lifting a little. So we're going to take care of that before we go any further. It only lifts on the folds, which has always perplexed me. It's like, and I've been experimenting with like wetting it before I fold it. That seems to help, but that's also very messy. And I know I use some oxides on here, so I didn't want to use water. Okay. Because I didn't want the oxides to reactivate. Now you probably could put some, like, what's that called? Mod Podge. Because that seems to be fairly flexible. But I've never had luck with it, so I stay away from it. I do have some, just like for in a pinch. Oh, I kind of ripped the paper. That's all right. Actually, I know it didn't rip the paper. It's just the paint. Okay. Where is our score line? Why does that look so much bigger? Let's try this again. Oh, because we, okay, whatever. Yeah, so that's, that's so fun. Oh, yeah. Some days. Told you, this is not my bonus skill. If I were a D&D character, I'd have the intelligence of like 17 and would never be able to grow from 17. Wisdom, on the other hand. See, it's slippery for whatever reason. Okay, well, the spine might be a little bit bigger. It's all right. Let's fold this side. Oh, that really lifted. Okay. So if we fold these two together, like this, and then we put a folio in the middle. All right, let me glue this down. Let's move this out of the way. And we're going to put some glue. See, that really lifted right there. So we're going to always take care of our boo-boos first. What is that adage? Squeaky wheel gets the grease. This guy's screaming squeaky. All right, lay him down flat. All right, so then in essence, there we go. There's our book. It worked. I think in future, maybe a better idea would be to cut the pizza box the size you need it, score your lines, then do your whatever cover. So we could very easily, I wonder if I have a piece of canvas that is this size, because it'd be cool to have the canvas kind of poking out. Let me see what I got. So these last few journals of this session are just me kind of being me, and like, I wonder if, and I gotta move all this stuff out of the way because my canvas is in the big bin, which is under two little bins, which one of them I need to move anyway, so, because I gotta reorganize. So I might as well just put this over here. Yeah. So I can reorganize. Yay! Okay, my microphone didn't get booped, I hope. So, I should have a big piece of canvas here. Oh, what's this? This is coffee dyed canvas. Is this going to be big enough? If not, we'll... Ha ha ha, yes. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So, next steps. We're going to put tape where we scored. That'll help reinforce the inside. Then we're going to flip it over. We're going to ink all the edges. I was even thinking of rounding these corners. I think I'm going to see if my corner rounder will do that. Excuse me. Got Vicini out, and we'll do well. You know what we're going to do? We're going to punch it first and then glue it. That way it'll dry. Ha ha ha. I love this corner rounder. Absolutely love it. There. I'm going to reach out to the person that sells these and be like, where can I get these wholesale? So I can put them in my journal kit. Because that's what I've been working on, is been working with vendors to try and get a quarterly kit, because I don't want to do a monthly kit, just because not everybody can afford that every month. But if you know, hey, I can spend $25 to $45 every 3 months, I think that would work. So flippity floppity do. Why does that feel like it sticks out so much further? But it doesn't. Let's measure just to make sure. So that's about 5.5. That's like 5 9/16. Okay, that is shorter. What did we do wrong here? You know what? We will put on one of the folders, we'll put something on here. See, this is the first one we did. We'll have this be the cover, and then we'll put on the folio, we'll put some of the lace edging, and that way it'll make it look the same. So next time, gotta measure more carefully. I wonder if I just scored this crooked. Let's try again. I need to rectify my, yeah, I did. I scored it crooked. Okay, so let's rectify my happy accident here. Let's first do this because my brain cells will thank me for it later. 5.25. There we go. And if you mark up your board, you can see that I just took some rubbing alcohol and made it faint again because I was measuring a bunch of things at 7 and it just was easier for my brain. But if you want to clean it up afterwards, some rubbing alcohol and a rag, and 9 times out of 10 it comes off. It may stain a little bit, but it lightens it to the point where, and that way you still have it, you know? Okay, 5.25. I see me making a couple of these, so I don't mind. Because Mikey and I eat pizza every Thursday night. Pizza or nachos, and we game. It's kind of like our Friday night. So, let's see if that helped. Wait a minute. This is going to be the bane of my existence. Well, this is going to be, you know what we're going to do? We're going to just, so 4 3/4. Let's do it this way. Okay, and we're just going to take our pencil, we're going to draw a line. And then and 5.25. It shouldn't matter what side we score. I mean, it does for your fold, but okay, and then that way I know which one I'm supposed to fold. You know what we could do is turn this into an accordion folder or a pocket. And now we can straighten this guy up. There we go. Some things are just difficult. I'm confused. You watched me do this. Why are there 3 lines on here? I don't understand. Okay. See, that's not if I... 5 1/4. This is mud up. Okay. There we go. Now, so we could do these a lot of different ways. I mean, really. So, there we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. And I probably should be folding it the other way, but I want to burnish, and I'm afraid to burnish. There we go. Now this one. Just gonna borrow this. I'm gonna borrow you. There we go. Now we should be good. So now we're at least close to 5 1/2. So it's not that much difference. All right. Now let's put our tape on. So we're going to do a strip here, and a strip here. Let's get some of this tidied up a little bit. Excuse me. I'll put that up there. I gotta go through my jar again, because I just stick everything in that jar and it just it gets full. All right, I need a drink of water. Give me a moment. Okay. Where'd my rag go? Oh yeah. There it is. Let's clean this off. Put the ruler right there. There we go. I have a silicone mat underneath this paper. And I'm contemplating, I'm just going to cut it off. So there we go. It's not the straightest that I've ever done. There we go. Let's lay this down. There we go. And we'll burnish it as soon as we get the edges cut. There we go. And that'll reinforce the inside. So now we want to take this and fold it up. And then take this and fold it up. For some reason, it does not want to fold. Okay, so I'm going to push this back. It does not want to fold straight, so we're going to have to force it to. Maybe. There. Straight. Now let's get... what do I do with it now? Let's use the handle. There we go. It's actually the cardboard that's giving me the problem. The chipboard. Okay. Let's squirt some glue down in there. And then just do that. There we go. There, oh better. Now let's do, I think maybe, yeah, let's do 2 strips here, just to be on the safe side. So we're gonna line this up at the top. And then come down. That's a little crooked, but that's okay. And then we're going to overlap these a little bit in the middle here. And that way, this spine is reinforced for our little folio that we're going to build. Okay, you. There we go. I didn't want to cut. So I'm going to do this last one. And then we can just cut them all at the same time. Okie dokie. Cut that one. Let go, say. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Nice a bone folder. Cheeky little thing. right, let's trim this off. Go. It's really sticky, which is good, but not when you're trying to get it off your fingers. Okay, move that aside. This one lays nice and flat. This one lays nice and flat. I don't know why that one side is being so cheeky. Might have an idea for that anyway. Okay, so go nice and flat. All right. Like I said, we glue it down as we go. That way we don't have issues later on with things just completely ripping. And my suggestion, sincerely, do your collage after you've cut and put your scores in. That way you're less likely to rip. But I'm up for a challenge. So let's take our coffee dyed canvas and lay it out. So let's put pin back in our glue. And then we're going to glue this down. And then once it's set up and dry, then, or dry-ish, then we're going to run it through the sewing machine and just stitch around the edge. So it gives us more of a solid base, I guess. So we're going to do that and do that. We're going to snip it here, like that, and we're going to snip it here. Maybe. There we go. All right. Best way to get a raw edge is to rip it. And canvas rips so nicely. This is cotton duck. This is basically what you use for a drop cloth when you're painting. I buy them when they go on sale at like Home Depot. So I haven't seen them on sale in a while, so thankfully I have a lot already. I actually had it on my walls at the one place I lived just because I couldn't paint and the walls were this ugly wood. So I just stapled it to the wall. And that way, when I left, I just ripped it down. All right, speaking of ripping. See, and you get cool stuff. You get cool stuff. In fact, that reminds me. I wonder if it's going to rain. Every time I think about it, it rains. But I have a canvas that we use as a table wrap. All right, so now we get rid of some of these strings. But I want to splatter paint it and do some stencils on it and just make it fun, like it's an art, like it was used as a paint drop thing, paint. All right, before we go any further, let's get an idea of what this is going to look like. Yep, I like it because that's going to poke out of the edges. We're going to glue it down, stitch it down. Yep. So let's fold this up and put it aside for just a moment because I want to ink the edges of this, and I think I'm going to do it in this like mulberry color and then go back with black, and that'll make it really pop. So let's get our mulberry. Oh, there's this plum color too. No, I want the mulberry. I want the mulberry. I know you're in here somewhere. There you are. And I'm going to re-ink this. I'm going to put, because last time I used it, it seemed really dry. So I'm going to move this aside so we don't get mulberry. I suppose it would be an ink splatter, so it would be okay. Look at that, I grabbed it right first. Now, am I doing this the right way? Probably not. Do I worry myself about it? No. So I'm just gonna re-ink this because that way I know we'll get some really nice red, and it is just soaking it up. I use these inks a lot. In fact, I need to get more of the re-inkers. Okay. So I do 2 passes up and down, 2 passes side to side. I bring out my, this is a paint scraper thingy, and then I just go across it once like this, and then once like this. And I just kind of go all the way around. There we go. And if you need to clean it, rubbing alcohol and a towel. And that's all you need to do. I think I left it open the other day when I was working. Like I left it open. Like I should have not left it open that long. All right. Put the re-inkers away. I need to grab my red dauber, which is in this bin. Right here. So yellow is inks, red is oxides. You don't want to mix the two, but you can mix colors if you don't care about cross-contamination. I don't care about cross-contamination because it's usually me that does it, you know, anyway. So yeah, let me grab a drink of water real quick. Okay. Now, let's grab our inky paper. We're going to come in just a little bit on the edge. I rarely do red, so I wanted to do some red. I went a little far. So let's get down here again. I'm not hurt about it. That's why I put paper down, right? All right. I wiggled when I should have woggled. I think I'm going to have to revisit that guy with some glue. Excuse my hiccups. Please and thank you. All right. Now, I love that color. Absolutely love that color. And we'll bring it inside too. I'm not going to do the spines because we are going to put washi tape on the spines, and we're going to do the red in the washi tape, or all red. I think I'm going to do alcohol inks on there. We'll see. That's our next step after we do this. That way the washi tapes can dry while we do the signatures and the folio for inside. So it's all about planning, which I've gotten really good at the last 28 days. So we need black. And the black, I'm just gonna go along the edge. Blue. Oh, where's my black dauber? Oh, it's over here. You don't belong down here. You belong up there. There we go. So we're just gonna take this and we're just gonna kind of tone some of the red down and give it a nice sharp edge. I'm going to grab my glue again, and we're going to glue this before I forget. So we're going to stand it up. Okay. I'm going to grab this piece of paper again. It worked really well last time. So we're going to pinch it, push it down. And pinch it here and push. There. That evened it out. That over there. Okay. Get the edge. I might do the black edges black of the spine. How are you doing right here? You're doing fine. Okay, let's do that again on this edge. There we go. Okay, so now that we got the edges, I am going to come in with the black and we're going to bring in the black. Let's see how blacky we got this. You know what, we're going to refill the black ink too. Jet black. Now you can get these refills at the Painted Raven. She has the archival inks, and she also has the whatchamabobber, Tim Holtz. There we go. That's the words I was looking for. Okay, we'll bring out the scraper again. And that's, I'm just applying gentle pressure, like you're, basically like you're frosting a cake. There we go, and then we'll take the dauber and wipe that excess off. And I'm not going to worry about cleaning it because I got the other side yet, so. And knowing me, we'll probably have to refill the black ink. So now, oh, there we go. Much better. Now I'm just bringing it in, so if for some reason the glue lifts when we, on the edge here, and the fabric lifts a little bit, you're not seeing this, you know, brown chipboard. Almost said cardstock. It is kind of the same thing. It's just slightly different. It's like comparing Granny Smith to Fiji. They're both apples, but they both have their purpose. Okay, let's get, what do we got going on here? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's paper. It's okay. It's paper from the other side. And this dauber's seen its better days, but since I'm not really doing anything fancy, we'll just keep going with it, and we'll change it out when we need to. Excuse me. And the home stretch. Okay. Oh, I was going to do these underneath. I'm very hard on my daubers, though. I don't know about you, but it's like, you will work for me, tool. And I'm just putting some black here. We're going to cover this with washi anyway, but it just helps us accentuate the spines. Okay. Because you'll maybe be able to see faintly through. It still doesn't want to lay straight. I think there is a kink in the chipboard. There we go. One last one, if we can get it to cooperate. I don't know why it doesn't want to cooperate. There we go. Beautiful. My hands are, yeah, I used oxides on this. The oxides are rubbing off on my hands. We'll have to do something about that. Okay. So, we need to figure out, yeah, I want this black piece on the front, because I like that. So now I just designated my front. We're going to put the needle back in this. And now we're going to take out our glue stick. And we're going to put glue stick down in the middle here. And I'm getting it really nice and thick. Because we're going to put the fabric down, and then we're going to take just a little bit of Fabri-Tac and put that down as well. And I don't want to put the lid on there that tight. There we go. And I'm just going to put one line here, one line here, and then we'll just do kind of a squiggle line down the middle. Like that. And then kind of flatten it out. Now the reason why I do both is one dries faster than the other. The glue stick will dry faster than the Fabri-Tac will. And make sure that we're bonded really well. You don't have to do this. It's not required. Okay, so this is our front. So this is our fabric. Want it this way. There we go. I wonder, it'll be easier to set it down on top of it. So I'm trying to decide which side I like better. I kind of like the dirty, dingy one better. So set this down. Okay, I'm going to grab my brayer. There we go. Flip it over. Now I'm going to do glue stick from here to the spine, and I'm only using Fabri-Tac on the spine areas. So we're going to lay this down. And I'm not worried about the edges right now because one, I want to get the washi tape wrapped around the edges, so probably want to make sure I can do that. There we go. Lift that up. Lift that up. And then we're also going to be stitching, so it's not of vital importance. I have had the same journal for over a year. I use it every day, and just about every day. And I have just Boohoo stick and stitching, and it has not come apart. So do one line there, one here, and one here. And we're going to spread it out. You can use your silicone spatula for this if you want to. I find my finger works better for this kind of stuff. I'm just going to wipe the excess right there and there. All right, so now we lay this flat. Make sure we have no strings in our way. And then I just start in the middle and I pull and press. Pull and press. And now it should lay flat. No ironing required. Yay! Because I hate ironing. I don't have an ironing board, so I have to put a towel down and all that hullabaloo. So, brayer this down. We're going to lift up the edges on the spine so we can wrap our washi tape down. There we go. See, now if this happens to lift, you see the black instead of seeing that brown cardboard. And, you know, when you're doing a junk journal, it's the little details that matter the most, really. It's not the ephemera you put in it, it's the way you finish it. You know, the base of it, because it's like building on a foundation. If you have a cracked foundation, the rest of the house is going to suffer for it. But if you have a nice stable foundation and all the details are taken care of, you're going to have a fabulous house. All right, there we go. And we're going to do the Fabri-Tac. Again, we're going to do one line on one side of the spine, one down the spine, and one on the other side. There we go. And then we'll just smooge it about. So I find if you kind of give it a little smooge and get the high points knocked down, I'm not necessarily spreading it around, I'm just knocking down high points and where it's thick. Yeah, that's got to come off over there. There we go. You don't get the soak through, the bleed through. Okay, so pull and push. Pull and push. And then I just get the rest of this down. I'll layer it down. Now this is going to be one sturdy journal. Because you got fabric, you've got a pizza box. There we go. Now the corners are lifted. We're going to let this dry. Wow, that's substantial now. There's some weight to it. Woohoo, I love it. Okay. Put that over there. Let's grab... Something just flew into my eye. One moment, please. Can't see. Okay, so I want to grab a piece of parchment. I'm going to fold this in half. This is full sheet size. We get it from restaurant store. Can I recommend them? Yes and no. They're kind of meh. They're better than Amazon though. Okay, I'm gonna grab some of my alcohol inks here. This is just one tray. I have 2 trays, but these are my piñatas and other brands. These are like off brands that I got. Ooh, we're getting that one. That's metallic. That's rose gold. That looks just pure on pink. Pearl, gold, copper. Okay, so we've got sangria, which is the one I was thinking of. I don't want lime green. I like the piñata copper. As you can tell, this bottle's almost empty. Okay, and do I have passion purple? That's Blanco Blanco. I don't want to add that. I'm already going to have a black. Rainforest green, that's the one I was looking for.
It's 12 p.m.
My phone is talking to me again. Okay, so let's do red, green, and a blue. This is Baja blue. Well, there is a big bottle of Rainforest green. Let's do Baja blue. That's kind of a fun one. Okay. I'm gonna put this down on the floor so it's not taking up space on the table. And I'm gonna grab a drink of water. Be right back. Okay. So let's find an ink dauber. Let's use, this one's got some oxides on it, so that might be fun. These are my, I don't have these labeled because I just kind of grab them as I need them. All right, so we've got this. Let's take our paper tape. This is from Dollar Tree. And we're gonna make probably, well, we're gonna need 6 or 7 of them. So let's make as many as we can. So that way we have kind of a pick of the litter. And if the pages curl, just take a clamp and put a clamp on it, or a paper clip. Paper clips work too. And I'm trying to get them as close together as I can. There's glue on my finger and it's coming off on the tape. There we go. You can use sprays, you can use re-inkers. I'm going to grab a stamp when we're all done with this, or a couple of stamps. And we'll stamp it, and then we'll let it sit for a minute to cure while we get our signatures ready. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go for 10. And now you know why I go through so much paper tape. Let's do one down here. Okay, so you can go and do however you would do something on just a regular piece of paper. I need to find my alcohol. What'd I do with it? Where did you go? There it is. It's behind me. Now, we can go in with the alcohol inks. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this Boho blue and put a few drops of it on here and on my finger apparently. Okay, now I'm going to take this metallic There's not a ball in there. That's disconcerting to me. But this is some inexpensive Amazon ink, and it's not open. Open sesame. That's too big. Let's grab, here's one. There we go. More ink on my fingers. For real. I know you're open because you got ink on me. And now you just got ink there. Oh my. You really got to squeeze with this guy. Okay, well, I'll just kind of not impressed so far. Let's spray that, and then we're just gonna go in one direction. like that. Okay, let's take the green and the copper. I don't know why I'm shaking up the green. That's silly. You shouldn't need to. And I just got green all over my hands. Oh well. Copper you need to shake up though. And I'm grateful I have another bottle of this because, like, sincerely, this is like my favorite color. Like, really. Like, almost as much as purple. There we go. And we're going to mist this. And then we're going to just kind of drop color down. And then we'll come back and swipe it out. All right. Let's grab a piece of paper. This is just regular paper. Actually, I wonder if I have any cardstock handy. Yes, I do. Because I want to unload this. See, now we turned this ivory cardstock into something else. Okay, I'm going to spray this with rubbing alcohol. And we're going to flip it over. I'm going to unload it some more. Oops. That's not supposed to happen. Okay. One more time. And this time we're going to load it up. And I'm going to find a piece of cardstock. Hey, this is photo paper. This will work great. So put that up there. Well, that turns a really cool color. Let's do this again. Flip it. Now, just kind of dauber the edges. So now we're getting to that black metallic. All right. Let's see where we're at. Got most of it unloaded. I'm just going to go on this paper and try and get more of it out of there. There. Now, you'll be like, well, why'd you do that for if you're just going to take it off? Because I want to. Now this one has brown on it, so we're going to mix this with the red. And I didn't grab another metallic, which is fine. So we're going to load this up, give it a spritz of rubbing alcohol. We're going to start up here and just kind of lay in color. Where I think we need it. And then we're going to kind of run this across here. And then we're going to run it across here. I'm going to try and get it before it dries too much. But if you're finding it dries too quickly, spray your dauber and then it'll lift up some of the color. But I don't want it that wet. There we go. Because I kind of like the blotches. Now I'm just going to kind of come in like that. I think we're going to do a little bit more red. So we're only going to do 7 drops. And then we need something right here. And right here. And right here. And right here. Okay, I'm just going to kind of topper it out. There is no red right here. Oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. And spray this and unload a little bit. Okay, now we're going to take the copper and load it on the brush. It sinks right away. Now we're going to put a little bit of rubbing alcohol and we're just going to find our edges and just kind of There we go. Now, oops, I missed the one edge over here. Now remember, we're doing this and it's gonna be like sections of this. So it's not gonna be like, it looks really blotchy right now. When we pull it, it's gonna be harmonious in a strip. So we need to put that there. Okay. Just kind of unloading that. Like that. There we go. Put that up there because we are done with that, I think. Now we're going to take, we're going to mist it with rubbing alcohol. So we get these cool little cell things going on. You're not going to hose it down. And I'm going to leave these up here just until we get this done. So, oops, this guy, there. So, there we go. Now you're going to get these cool, the colors are going to kind of meld together and you're going to get these cool like cell reactions. I need a little bit here. And you can kind of come back to the areas that aren't doing what you want it to do. But alcohol ink is kind of like resin. It kind of does its own thing. Okay. Now, and it's actually cooler on the parchment, which is kind of disappointing, but you know, go with the flow. I'm going to put this stuff away since I like how this is turning out. Now, I'll put these in the tray. Not happy with that metallic, but c'est la vie. I'm going to put this tray away so I don't trip over it. And I'm going to get a drink of water because spraying alcohol leaves a funny taste in your mouth sometimes. Okay. Now, let's get some stamps. I use a lot of the same script stamps because that's all I got. And most of these, some of them I got online on Amazon. I don't suggest buying ones from Amazon. You can, if that's all your budget allows. I mean, do what you got, use what you got. You know, if your budget only allows so much money, then yes, do that. Something is better than nothing. Dollar Tree stamps I've had better luck with than Amazon, if I'm going to be real. But Stephanie at the Painted Raven has stamps, and she has the same script stamp that I am about to use. It's this Christmas one. It doesn't say anything to do with Christmas. Has nothing to do with Christmas. But I'm trying to find my other script stamp that I wanted to use, but it must be in a bin, project bin. So we will pick out a different one. We'll pick out something different. There we go. And I like just using script stamps or just some more plain stamps than anything else. And so I've got 3, and we're going to do black, probably black, purple, and blue. But I'm going to hit this with the hairdryer real quick because I want to make sure it's dry before I go. I'm going to be using high cool air. Alcohol and heat are not conductive. I mean, read the bottle. So let me try this real quick. Okay. We're going to do this the super fast way. We got this block. So we're going to take this off of here. And put this way and this way. And then we'll ink up one. We're going to do black with this. It doesn't say Christmas anywhere that I can see, but it's written in Latin, I think, because I don't recognize the language. So we're going to ink this up with black, just gently, because we just refilled that. And hopefully this blue will show up. Okay, and we're going to go start at one corner, go this way. Black didn't even show up. But what's cool about this is even if you mess it up, it doesn't really matter. Because it's in the background, it's not real super visible. I'm going to put a little blue on there because the blue seems to be coming out more than the black. Go figure. There we go. I think the blue one is just slightly taller than the black one. So if I push on it, now I got a nice crisp image. Well, crisp-ish. It's like McDonald's fries after an hour sitting there. And then we're just going to come in this way. Give this a good press. We'll come in here. There we go. And I think we're going to do one more right here because there's not a lot of script there. I'm seeing script everywhere else. So we're just going to do the black one. And come in right here. There we go. And then we're going to take the purple. That's black. I'm going to set this aside somewhere where it won't. No, we're going to need that. There we go. I think this one needs to be redone too, but we'll make it work. So we're going to put this one right here. Perfect. Excuse me. This is a stamp by Robin McClendon. And we're going to do this one this way. We need something here, here. So we're just going to do this one kind of haphazardly. I think it's on the Artful Me site. You can get her stamps. I've had these since like 2000. Do I use them all the time? Pretty much. Not like every day, but whenever I stamp, I'm going to do it like this. The purple really pops. Yay. Purple is my favorite color. Okay. And then we're going to do this right here. And then this right here. There we go. We need something in the middle here. Let's do the corner of this. just go boop. So now I'm looking at the strips, making sure they all have some kind of font or print or something on them, and they do, except for right there. So we're just going to come back in and just do that. Get the ends with the excess ink and shadow prints. There we go. Our ghost prints. Ta-da! Now we got our washi tape. Now let's bring our book back and see how it looks. So let's grab one from the middle here. And you have to use parchment or wax paper, preferably parchment. Wax paper can sometimes get pulled up with and then it causes little chunks. I'm going to put that down there so we have it for later. I'm going to use my glue stick. And I'm just going to run a line of glue. Maybe it wants to stick to itself. Okay. Turn this up. There we go. Listen here, mister. You're not going to rip on me. There we go. Now, if you really wanted to, you could rub this with some brown ink before you put it down. But we'll do that. We'll hit it with brown ink in a moment. So I want that one. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put a line of glue down. There we go. Just because I knew that little piece was going to be obstinate. There we go. Okie dokie. So we're going to lay this down. As straight as we can. There we go. It's not very straight. That's pretty straight. Now we're going to take, excuse me, and burnish it down. There we go. And then we'll pick up the end here, pull the fabric back, and fold this over. So that way it won't lift. We'll do the same thing on this side. And we're going to do the same thing for all the seams, or all the spines, I guess. I'm going to put a little glue stick down, just so when we sew, the fabric will stick. Cut these strings off because they're going to annoy me. There we go. That is our spine. We're gonna let that dry. And I'm just gonna make sure it's nice and burnished down. And this next one, let's do one from this edge. Maybe. There we go. There we go. And there is a way to pull it off, I'm sure, where it doesn't get all curly-cued like this. But I haven't figured that out. So we're just going to put glue. So we've got copper and gold. Maybe we should do silver splatters over the whole thing. Just to be... Oh, come on. There we go. Just to be me. Where's my glue mat? Normally I don't use strips this long. Normally I use like 3, maybe 4 inches at a time. So I'm not really well versed. And I have a fan blowing too, so that doesn't help. There we go. Okay, lay this one down right here. And then, excuse me, let's snip it right here. And then where did our paper go that we did? We're gonna put this right here. So we'll turn this into a tag. Okay, so let's get the other one down and then we'll clip them both. Or tuck them both. Let's get this burnished down real quick though, so it doesn't dry all wonker-doodle. See how you can kind of see the black come through? And that's what I was going for. All right, so let's pull this strip right here. I wonder if I did like you do vinyl where you pull the backing off. Nope, still curled. It's all right. I'll just get it glued down. But that worked better to take the glue stick and hit it with the glue stick before it got all twisty turny. Because the glue stick doesn't stick on itself as much as the actual tape adhesive does. So there's that. Okay. Let's make sure we have it where we want it. There we go. Let's snip this. Give it a little tear. Put this piece here. There we go. Now we can flip this over and we'll do both of these at the same time. And there we go. And put a little glue stick down just to make sure it all sticks. Try not to get the hiccups. Okay, pull it back a little bit. And I'm just folding it over. That one's a little long. Let's snip him off. We don't need to go more than a ½ an inch over. Okay, and then we'll put a little glue stick down. There we go. This is gonna look fabulous. I don't even have Triple H out. Okay, so that's what we have for, or what I think it looks so cool. All right, last one, and then we're going to take it over to the sewing machine. I'm trying to decide what color I want to use for the top stitch. Usually the backside bobbin color is usually, I usually do black, just because it's easy. So for this one, we're going to take this one out. And I'm going to do the glue stick trick again. So, yeah, you stay right there. There we go. Let's start it right here. Let's give it a turn. Gonna move this guy, he's in my way. Hey, go up there. There we go. Excuse me. All right, and come back. I'm going to put that over there for now because he's in my way again. I'll give it another rub with this glue stick. Move that mat over there because he's full of glue. And put that in the center. That in the center, and then we should be good. It's a little crooked, but it's okay. I'm going to snip this guy off. And that guy. Okay, and we're going to put this right here. That's going to make a cool tag. Excuse me. Let's burnish him down. He's a little crooked, but he'll work. So I'm thinking come on. There we go. I'm thinking I don't want to do red thread on the outside because we already got so much red. But I don't know. We'll see. See, this isn't quite straight, but it'll work. It'll work. Don't nitpick. Move forward. Not straight, always forward. Okay. I don't know, maybe a third shade of red would be good because we've got this red, this red, this red. I don't want to do a bright red. Okay, that's for sure got to dry for a while before we try and fold it because it's still cold, which actually feels good. All right, I'm looking at what if we did like a bright green or bright blue? What about a teal? No. Let's look at our little handy dandy color wheel. So we got red and green are opposites. What if we found like a dark blue? Let me go grab one of my bobbin trays. Hold on, I gotta kind of put things back together over here. Everything's a mess. I found my white fabric that I need to put over my lights. So that's kind of cool. Okay, put this back up. And I have a bin over here. Don't mind me, I'm just kind of tidying up. Because everything is everywhere over here. So I'm going to just put everything in this bin and then I can sort it out later. I forgot I had these. I found a piece of, oh, I'm putting that on the table. I found a piece of, what's it called? Words. Words are hard. There's a word for it. Cheesecloth. There we go. I got the word. Oh, okay. How did that get under there? How does that even happen? There we go. Okay. I've got 2 baskets now that I have to go through. But that's okay. One's not completely full. The other one is overflowing. And that's why I need to go through them, is because I need to put stuff away. Or find a home for it. That's my hiccup right now, is not everything has a home. So Hoofda. Okay. Now I can walk over to the sewing machine. Let's see what we got here. Excuse me. Okay, so these are the bobbins that I have already loaded. And I think we're going to do this kind of tan color. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like on the other side. So here, I've got more colors too, but this is just to kind of give us an idea of what things will look like. What if we do a purple? Because there's purple. Yeah, let's do purple. Let's do a darker purple. Let's do this purple. Yep. Okay. Those are for Clara's sewing machine, so trying to get all the bobbins back to Mikey. Okay. What if we did this color instead of black? Because it kind of blends in. It's kind of neutral. And this gold copper thread is annoying. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that with the purple. Okay, we got our colors. I'm gonna move over to the sewing machine and let's get this stitched out. Oopa, I kicked over the, oh yeah, it's gonna be one of those days. It's all right. Turn on our light. Let's put this blue away. I want to see if I have a spool of that purple instead of using the bobbin. Well, we can use the bobbin. There's plenty on there. Okay. put the blue away. There we go. Gotta move. I have the projects stacked up over here, so I need to move these. Make sure I don't trip on anything. There we go. All right, changing the bobbin and threading the machine is fun, right? This is the fun part. Not really. All right, so over the top and through the little hooky things. There they are. Okay, and then we're thread. Well, this is kind of a heavier weight thread too. Hope these work together well. Sometimes if you have a heavier thread than the other one, they don't really cooperate. Sometimes you can convince them to work together. Oh, come on now. Sometimes my fat fingers just can't do the do. There we go, 1 and a 2. There we go. Okay, now we've got plenty of thread on the back side. Move our thread out of the way. There we go. So back, bottom. Okay, we've got stitch length, stitch width on a zigzag. And we're just going to stitch along the edge of that. So off we go. Come on now. There we go. All right, I got it. Excuse me. Okay, and back stitch, maybe. It's hard to hold the book and back stitch at the same time. There we go. Nice long thread. Because we might use that same thread on the tags or whatever that we make for this. Leave my sewing glasses over here. Ooh, that changed dramatically. Oh. Excuse me. So we've got our stitching done. I think the purple was a good choice. And then we have that kind of tannish color, so there's no real distraction on the inside. So let's take care of our strings here. And what I like to do is pull the strings through, tie them in a knot, and then I'll snip them a reasonable length. For that, I usually use my seam ripper because it's got a pointy end and it makes it easier. So we got to come in close, pull the thread, and then we pull on this one, maybe. There we go, maybe. He got stitched through. So there we go. That's all I needed. Just a little bit to pull that through. Okay. How is that happening? Okay, so that's the first thread. There we go. Those two go together. Now, this is challenging because you don't want to break your thread. There we go. Little puzzle. There we go. Now I take them all together, make a loop, maybe. There we go. Now it's all backstitched anyways, but I just like to do that just to make it a little bit more firm in its place. There we go. And if we later on, if we want to, we can come back and tack down the edges. I'm not going to worry about it too much, maybe on the corners, but for now we're going to put this in front of the fan so this washi tape can dry. And one thing we were going to do real quick is we're going to measure this space between this fold and this fold, which should be 5.25. So we'll probably make our, maybe we do it on this side because I can see the folds better here. 1. So we'll make our folder 4.5, and then we can put tabs on it if we want it to stick out a little bit more. Well, we're going to have it stick out with the other stuff. So anyway, I'm going to put this in front of the fan. This chair is really low compared to the other chair. And I'm so used to sitting in that chair, so I almost fall out of the chair, even though this one's more stable. I don't understand it. Okay, so I'm gonna pick out some papers here for the signatures. These are digitals of mine. One of which I need to, actually there's a couple that I need to upload to Ko-Fi, Coffee, whatever it's called. But let's see. There's one in here that's already there, I think. Nope, I didn't use it because they're single-sided and I wanted double-sided papers. I do have a bunch of freebies up there. I have a bunch more that I'm going to be uploading. So I think for a half-inch spine, I think we're going to stick to 7 sheets of paper. I've got 3 of these already. Let's pull out a couple pieces of blue paper. Hang on, let's grab this stack. This is just white paper, 24-pound paper. I use this a lot to art on and then put it in a journal. Oh, that reminds me, we have some new art pages that we can add in there. So let's do one of these. And let's do some blue. And we'll cut those off, put that in there. Yeah, that's all those. We'll put those back. And then let's grab two of these. Let's decal edge these real quick. Decal cutters up here. There we go. There we go. I'll put those, because that's letterhead and I tend to take the letterhead off just because, yes, some people may like it, but I think it's new enough where I don't want to infringe on someone's privacy. So let's take this one and decal this edge like that, and then we'll do one on this side too. Let's do this one. And get wide enough so we can utilize it in something else. Okay. So how many pieces of paper do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Groovy. So we're going to take this, stack them all up, and fold them in half the long way. Let's do this like that, because we have 5.5 to utilize. Or yeah, So I think this is small enough. Let me get my ruler, which is right here. So yeah, as long as we stay under 5, I think we'll be okay. I just like doing things that are different. So I'll fold this one directly in half. Fold this one directly in half. This one. Okay, let's see. Let's put this on the front. What do we want in the middle? Let's put this in the middle. So that. And then we'll fold this one to be right about there. Like so. There. So let's flip this around. There we go. There we go. I think 7 is going to be fine for a 1/2 inch spine. Let's everything gets so buried. Well, I know they're up here because I put them up here. There we go. One for you, one for you. 2 for you. 2 for you. All right. I'll burnish this. I love the feel of this 32-pound paper. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like butter. So this is going to be our top. So I I consider this the bottom of the signature and this the top of the signature, even though this is top. But so bottom to top. So I know this is our top and then this is our bottom. So I'm going to put this closer to the bottom of the fold. And then we're going to give this a good tap. Make sure everything's in place. And then we take this one and we put it kind of in the middle. There we go. So signature number 1 is done for the left side. Now let's work on the one for the right side. Now that one we're going to kind of design it to be pretty either way, at least try to, because when you open up this side, you're going to see, wait, when you open it up, you'll see this one nice flat right there, like a regular book, but this one is going to open up this way, and there's going to be a journal there. So, excuse me, let's do something bright and beautiful on both sides. And then make this pick out a little bit. Like that. Put that in there. So that way when you look at it this side, you see that, and then you flip it over to the beginning, and then you'll see that. So those 2 pages. This is a nice plain ivory. Let's put this in the middle. So we're going to fold this right smack dab. Well, this is one of our shorter ones. Maybe we shouldn't put that in the middle. This is kind of crazy. So let's fold it this way. And this way. So let's put this one I want it to be right about there. Okay, and then stick that in there. There we go. And then fold this one directly in half, maybe. Let's see, this one's half. So let's see where that lands us. Yep. Excuse me. I need another drink of water. Having a fan blow on me is amazing because it keeps me cool. It's only 78 in here right now, so it's when it gets to be 87, that's when I kind of have a little bit of a meltdown. So, and I don't mean meltdown as in, you know, high speed come apart. I mean meltdown as in I'm melting. This one. I don't want that crazy piece of paper, but you know what? It might look kind of cool against this gray. Yeah, like that. Let's do it like that. Let's see what we got. So open it. Yeah, these need to be adjusted a little bit. I think I might cut this blue down. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, let's cut this blue one down a little bit. So I'm going to just take my ruler and rip. Move this out of the way. And take and rip here. And do a little bit more on this side. There we go. There. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot better. What if we did... No, I gotta have one. That's the right height. There we go. So we look at it from this side and it looks cool, and we look at it from this side, it still has a little bit of paper sticking out. So let's make sure we have things lined up where we want them. I'm wondering, maybe we should turn this way. Yeah, I like that. And let's move this down just a smidge. There we go. Yep, I like that because that lays there nicely. And then that frames that out. And then we're going to bring this up a little bit. And that will lay there like that. Okie dokie. Now, let's find our middle again. And we're going to push. That didn't go as planned. There we go. Let's give this a push again. There we go. Okay, we got our two signatures. Now we need to build a file folder of sorts, or a center section. And I'm just trying to think of what I got that would work. Because we want it to be durable, because it's going to be in the middle and it's going to get handled a lot. I'm sitting here looking up at my specialty papers and file folders. You know what? We could just, that's it. I'm going to go grab a file folder. I'll be right back. Okay, I think this will work. So what we'll do is thinking. So this can't be longer than 5.5. So or 5. So we will, that's 12. Let's move these out of the way, because once we figure out one, we can figure out the rest. So let's do a fold at, so these are 12, 14.5. So if we score these at 11, let's do it this way. Wait. So that's 12, 11. So my brain is like not mathing. You did enough math today. You are all mathed out, woman. Okay, so I'm gonna get a bigger ruler so we can get exactly what these are. These are 14.5. So we need to go 3.5 to get at 11. And let's take a marker and mark this line at 3.5 so we can line up the right way. Okay, 3.5. There we go. Now, fold this up. And we need to be at, nope, 5. From the tab. Should be right. This is 5.25, so we should be 2 lines over. 1, 2. Okay. Fold this in half. Like that. And then we'll just cut it right here on this line. Well, what if we left it there? And we cut it right here. And then that, well, then we got to think about spine. Let's just cut it right at the edge of this and call it a day. Because my mathy math is not mathin'. Okay, we'll cut all these at one time. So we do 3.5. Wait, 3.5. Because this is 14.5, right? Probably should have measured this before I did it. Yes, because these are all legal size file folders that I got at the thrift store. And then we do 5. Which we're going to flip this around once we get this. So okay. Let's flip this. Actually, we'll flip the green one inside out because I want to cover up, and it doesn't really matter, I guess. All right. And are we still cutting on that line? Yes, we are. Okay, so this one's ready, and we're gonna probably do something with the pockets so it lays flat, more flat. And we'll ink the edges and do all the things too, but so this one, I'm going to score at 3.5. Make sure it's 14.5. It is. Confirm, just confirm. Don't want to assume. There we go. 3.5. 3.5. There we go. Now this one, that's the Smeed one too. Yeah, that way. I think that's going to work. We'll see. We'll play around with it. And then, oops, let's fold it back this way. Fold it back this way. Then we do 5. And this one's going to be a little bit shorter because this is only 9.5 right here. That's okay. We'll just cut it on the other line. It's okay. We'll make it work. There we go. Flip this way. Actually, it should be fine. Yep. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Let's put this guy away and this guy away. And throw him on the floor, apparently. Oh, since we're throwing things on the floor, I'm going to put my scissors in its cup so I don't stab myself in the foot. All right. Oh, yeah. There we go. Got Fanny out. And then we're going to fold this up. And we're going to bring this in to right on that fold. There we go. And this is our extra. And then, so that's not going to work. We're just going to have to do it the way we intended. Okay. Okay, so there's one. Nope, nope, nope. This one. Right there. See, we almost messed it up already. There's two. And three. Wait. What if we just cut this here and have this piece fold up and make a pocket, and then that way, let's see. Let me see. And then we have let's try it. Worst thing we have to do is cut a different one. So we're going to cut this off right here. And then we're going to take this and measure 4. The other ones were 3.5, so let's make this one 3.5. Where's 3.5? There it is. And then this can go this way and this way. And then we have the blue one up top, the yellow one at the bottom, and the green one at the top. So it looks like that. There we go. That looks sleek. All right, now time to get these prepared. Okay, so we need our cutting board. And first we're going to punch. Where's Vicini? Here he is. I need a drink of water. I'll be right back. Okay, so I've been knocking everything on the floor. So we're going to round this corner and this corner. Well, why aren't you rounding? There we go. Actually, let's cut this off. Just so line those up, and we get our little mini rotary cutter. He's so stinking cute. And my ruler is underneath all this. So let's just cut them off at a quarter here, at the quarter mark. There we go. Well, that didn't work real well. There we go. So you don't need a big fanny. We're on that corner and that corner, and then I'm going to line this up. And what we're going to do, I'm going to ink this with blue so I can actually see what I'm doing. It's going to get cut off anyway, so there we go. Fine, don't close. Perfect. Now I can actually see what I'm doing here. So we're going to line this up with 5. And we're going to take this and we're going to line this up. We're going to cut this pocket. See, I was trying to not get the hiccups, and look what I got. I got the hiccups. We're going to take our blade and we're going to score it with the blade, because this blade likes to tear. Instead of cut. There we go. Now I'm going to put I'm going to mark pencil. Pencil would be nice to have. Oh, it's in my cup. Jeez. I'm going to just do 1/8 of an inch on that side, 1/8 of an inch on this side. Do the same thing here. And this will help reduce the bulk that is inside when we fold it. Again, we're just scoring so we don't tear the paper. Get a nice clean cut. So light pressure. Right. The reason why I do that is because now we can take our blade and get close and personal and just kind of eat away at it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is that. And that lays nice and flat now. Now we can take our ink. Let's take the blue ink and do the blue one. I don't have any. We could do, if I do purple on the yellow, it's just going to turn green or brown. I might have, we could just do brown. I was going to do, yeah, let's do blue on the blue one. So I'm going to ink the edges. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to cut a little divot in a little notch. Nacho cheese. And we're going to use those lines that we had before because they seem to work really well. There we go. A little notch in our file folder. So I'm going to just ink these on the pockets because it's hard to do that after you have glued it down. There we go. And then once we glue it and the glue has dried, then we'll ink the rest of it. So let's get, where's our little boo? There he is. And so we're just going to put a line here, and a line here, one here, one here. There we go. So I'm going to try and line it up as best I can with the edge the outside edge first. Push it over, push it down. And that didn't work quite so well. There we go. We got it fixed. And we're going to put a paper clip on it just to hold it in place for a moment. There we go. And we're going to line up the edge here first, like that. And viola. I just got glue on there. Where's my glue eraser? It's not dry enough to use the eraser on, but we can always come back and put something on it. We could have stamped on these, you know, there's all kinds of things that we could have done to this, but we're just going to leave it. Uh-oh. What was that? I don't know. We're going to ink on it anyway, so get that edge. It was some kind of something. And I'm just inking these because it makes the colors pop a little more. You don't have to do this part. I think it looks pretty though. There we go. Flip it around. Do this edge. Okay. My computer decided to go to sleep. It's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to go to sleep for like 5 hours. All right. There we go. There is file folder number 1. We're going to do the same thing to this green one, but let's do the yellow one first. So that's going to go that way because this goes here, then this goes there. So let's round this corner. Like that. And this corner like that. We're going to even round these corners just to make it look cool. There we go. And this one. Excuse me. There we go. And a notchy notch. Let's put the notch, since we're going to have this here, let's put this right here. Okay. Maybe we should have, no, it's fine. I like that. No, I want it all to open the same way. So let's notch this corner too. There. So we got that folder. Let's ink this one. What if we did red and make it kind of an orangey? That'd be cool. And then hit it with brown. Okay, first ink. Do red. That actually didn't turn orange as much as I thought it did. I thought it would. Okay, let's do this like that. Okay, I'm going to hit it with the brown. That's green, brown. Kind of tone it down a little bit. There we go. Let's hit this back side. Okay, now if you have circles like I do and you don't want them, take your paper and spray it with rubbing alcohol. There we go. Now we're going to let it just kind of chill out there for a second, and then we'll glue it down. And then we'll finish inking the rest of it. Let's move on to Mr. Green. Let me get my green ink. Excuse me. Whoop. Sorry about that. I kind of threw my ink at myself. That's always fun. There we go. All right, so this is going to go this way. So the Smede's going to be on front. It's okay. And line this up. And then we're going to take this go. So make sure we're straight. So we're just going to cut this whole chunk off. There we go. Okay. So we're going to take the green. And I'm just going to ink this up so I can see where the line is. And then we're going to measure. This last time we cut it 3 times and we didn't need to. So we do 1/16, 1/16. 1/16. There we go. Okay. Now we line them up. There ya. Jeez. There we go. Light pressure several times. Okay, same with this one. And then come in and cut the fold. And apparently we did cut it all the way to the fold, so we've got to kind of clean that up. There we go. All right, let's round some corners. There we go, and we're going to round this one. There we go. Now I'm going to fold this. What's in here that got wet? Oh, it's rubbing alcohol. How'd that get in there? That's weird. Notch. Okay. Goes this way. So we're going to ink first. We're going to have to re-ink that anyways, so just trying to Get that going. There we go. All right, so let's glue this down. So line that up with the edge. Okay, same with this side. I can't find my rig and I can't move, so I'll just use a t-shirt because they're all my art shirts anyways. All right, so let's round this corner a little bit better. It's not very round. It's not very jolly. There we go. Let's ink this all up. Okay, and inside. Okay, so we have green, blue. Let's finish the yellow. So I'm not loving this, but I'm not hating it either. So we're going to continue forward with this. It's just the yellow is stupid bright. Let's what if we put a piece of washi tape on the front and the back? And that would help kind of calm it down. So let's put the green away so I don't accidentally ink this with green. But let's glue this down first. So I'm going to put 3 lines. There we go. And line up, line up. There we go. Then we're going to grab a piece of washi tape. We're going to put one piece here and one piece on the outside. And that'll kind of help reinforce. And I think I have some, you know, I have some other washi tape that I made. Let's do this one right here on the inside. So I need my glue mat. And my glue. Leave that piece there for now. We're going to do a little strip right here like that. There, that helps break up some of that color. Let's snip this off. Oh, I should have inked it further because you can kind of see the red through. So let's lift this up for a moment. Just for a moment. Then you can go back down. Why you gotta be obtuse? There we go. Let's just hit it with a little red. Boop, boop, boop. Just like that. There. Now you can go down. Jeez. Excuse me. Oh, I want the rubber script. There we go. Yep, I like that. It helps tie it all in. We'll put another piece on the outside, but let's ink it first. Go, and some brown. Okay. Spray this. For some reason my sprayer doesn't want to work very well. There we go. I'll let this dry while I get a drink of water. Okay. This is gonna go on the blue one. Let's get this flipped over. And we'll put this one on there. Okay. Oop. Let go. Let go, I say. Oh, come on. Put you back here for a moment. This is what I dream of doing, arguing with tape. There we go. Now we should be good. Cut it off right here. Boop. And then, there we go. Okay. Just cutting off the ends here. There we go. We're going to hit this with just a little red ink and a little brown, just to make it cohesive. Okay, that's our outside, so there we go. Excuse me. Let's put blue washi tape on here. We're just going to put this one on the outside. We're not going to put it on the inside, just so we have cohesion on the structure. This guy's not being as obtuse. All right. Cut it right here. Boop. Hopefully that's long enough. I think I rolled back a little bit. It's like the alcohol ink makes it like super sticky. So That looks amazing. Snipping it off. There we go. That'll help reinforce that seam or the fold as well. And let's get nice and burnished down. Try not to get glue everywhere. Where's our blue dauber? Just kind of tap that end and this end. There we go. Fold it in half. And I just remembered something. Where did he go? Do I have him still? Just got my arm in glue. Okay, I don't know what happened to that stamp. Sad. Oh, here he is. I just thought, since we're doing everything in red, let's do our confidential stamp. Haha. Let that dry. Let this dry. Let's get tape for our green folder. Yeah, let's use that one. I got all kinds of washi tapes I need to put away. They just kind of hang out on the back, on my back shelf. Oh, sad day. It ripped. Let's put this over here. There we go. That's what you get for buying cheap Amazon washi tape. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, that'll do. All right, come on. Let's lay you down. There we go. Now, let's do it this way. Okay. There we go. Look at all these little snippets. Stick them over there. There. Now, since we didn't stamp it, at least looks a little better. Not that it looked bad before, but at least it looks, it's not going to stand out like a sore thumb. There we go. And it's a little crooked, but that's okay. Handmade. All right. So, we've got our 3 file folders. Oops, this one goes this way. So we'll put these together. I've got a paper clip on the floor because it fell on the floor. We'll sew these in last. There we go. So we got these. It's going to tidy up a bit. Okay, put that back on. Put him back in here. There we go. Well, thankfully my foot was not in the way of that. I need to get another mug for up here. Okay. There we go. We'll go in there. These are scrap pieces. I'll probably use those for something. There we go. Okay. Put those there for now. We're going to finish tidying up here. And then grab a drink of water or coffee, one of the two, whatever's closest to me at this point. There we go. Now we're a little tidy. Now we can bring over the journal. Okay. It's so funny because I try and keep things so tidy in here, and I could sweep literally every day. Okay, I'm gonna go get the journal. First, I'm gonna get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Okay. For the little spine, I'm just gonna measure out about where I think he'll be. Yeah, this is nice. Well, it's cool to me because it's been sitting in front of the fan, and it's 81 in here right now, which is perfect because when I'm sitting here, I don't want to get cold. But I think for this one, let's see, let's fold this. And we're going to hit it with black ink. There it is. That's blue, brown, black. Why is black always on the bottom? Jeez. I'm just going to fold it over, and we're just going to kind of tap it. We're not even going to rub it. Just so it has some black accent. And then we're going to do the same thing with this one. Hard to make sure it's straight because the fabric gets in the way. Okay. Here's my brayer. There we go. Again, tap. Okay. So that gives us, oops, got a little smudge of black ink on there. That's okay. So that gives us a little bit of a line to follow. And I think, this is 1 3/4. So that's about the same as my 1 1/2. So what we'll do is we'll line this up right here. Like that. And then I'm just going to come in. I think I have a brown Sharpie. Let me go look. I knew I saw a brown one in here the other day. So, put a brown dot in the middle. There we go. I can see that very well. Now, let's fold these guys. So this is the one that is giving us problems. So, you're going to give us problems, we'll give you problems. There we go. Here's one. Two. Let's tap this with the black ink as well. Just so we stay consistent. There we we go. And fold this one. And we'll fold this one. Okay. Get flat. Is it perfect? No. Do I want it perfect? No. Because if I wanted it perfect, I'd be sitting here all day fuss budgeting about all the things that I should have done. So this is our front. So I'm going to mark where our top is with a paper clip. And then I'm going to take this this way so we don't accidentally put more ink on it than we already have. Okay. Now for this one, we're just going to come a ruler down from the top. And I think what we're going to do, we're going to fold it this way. Just so I can see these lines. I'm going to take some brown and just tap again. There we go. Go. I'm going to do the same thing with this, even though we've already measured this. This way. So we'll do this one. This one is not very nice. It doesn't want to fold the right way. That's okay. It works for us. We just go with the flow. All right. Now we're going to take our ruler. So how far in is this? That is 1/4 inch from the edge. And it's not, that's, hang on, let's take, oops. This one is a little closer. Actually, if we go that route, nope. I just don't want to have to make another template for just one. Well, I suppose I could, because we're going to make more of these in the future. So it might be worth it. But if this will fit, yep. So we're going to do, oh, we're going to flip this around. Because we only have the one signature, so like on each side. So we don't really need to make a template for that. So we need it to be 1 inch. So we need this to come up right about 1 1/8. And then just line that up right down the middle, and that'll work. That looks really good. Good deal. Now, let's do this one. So, one and 1/8. Yeah. Line this up in the middle. Like so. There we go. That's not exactly. I'm going to move this one up. No, that's where it needs to be. Let's do it from the bottom. Check it. Yeah, no. I need to move this one up a little bit, and this one up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Now we can just go in and put little dots, little freckles. See, there's already freckles in here. But this way, it looks like it's supposed to be there after we put the signature in. It's called cheating, which is not really cheating. It's just not being 100% honest. Okay, now for our signatures, all we need to do Those are our folders for the middle. This is our back one. This is our front one. So what I'm going to do is fold this like so. That's our top. So we just kind of line this up where we want it. I want this up a little higher. There we go. This fabric makes it a challenge, but we love a challenge. There we go, there's that one. Excuse me. Okay. And then we put this one where we want it. There we go. Now you could do a 5-hole pamphlet stitch. I'm choosing not to. Okay, and I'm going to fold that back. I'm going to punch our holes where we made our marks. There we go, there's that one all ready to go. Okay, there's that one, and then we'll punch our folders in one at a time as we stitch them. Now, do we want to do different colored threads for all the different things? Do like a green thread, a blue thread, and then red thread on the back? I think so. Well, we did purple thread for the stitching. Maybe we should do red, blue, and purple. Because there's a lot of green already. So let's do red, blue, and purple thread. And I might actually have a perfect blue right here. Stay over there. Because that's, yeah, that'll be cool. There's blue. And because we're doing a 3-hole stitch that we haven't changed the size of, we can use the same size thread. Let's see if I throw any. Not recently. Okay. Sometimes I throw just like random threads that I find in my bin because I go through it and I'll pull out like what I can use for threads again, you know, what I can do. Whoops, wrong bucket. Just different things that I can do to repurpose it. Like the little tiny scraps, they go in a bin on their own because they're going to get their own treatment. So I want kind of a dark red. Those are more pink. Those are pink. Here's our purple. How many do we have? Do we have enough to do 3 signatures with this? Alas, we do. All right. There's that. And then now we need a red. Here we go. See, here's all my like scrap strings. When I go through, I put them all in there. So, let's move this down here for a moment. Oop. I think I like this red right here. Yeah, that's more fluorescent red. Ooh. Those are all the same red. That's 11. These are all the same red. Yeah. Well, since we have so many of them, let's use them up. It's kind of a, oh, it's kind of got an ombre to it. That'll be cool. Really need one of them. Let's go in there. Okay, so yeah, it's an ombre. That's cool. That'll be cool. So let's just take our other string here and measure that. Normally, when you do something this big, you do a 5-hole pamphlet stitch, or even 6 holes or 7 holes or whatever. I'm opting not to do that. I'm opting for smaller, the shorter kind. I don't know why, just because it feels right. If I was doing like full-size pages, maybe, like these are half pages. So if I was doing like 8.5, if I was doing 11 by 17, so they were 8.5 by 11, and folding them in half, I would definitely do a 5-hole signature thing. Words are hard. But since they're not full pages, I don't feel it's necessary to put that in there. That's my personal opinion. Take it for what it is. Okay, so let's punchity punch our holes. And we're not going to do 3/16, we're going to do 1/8 hole. So I'm going to get down and personal with it. There we go. Normally I go from the outside in, or from the inside out, but today it just didn't feel right. That background was so busy, I would probably mark it and not see my marks. So there we go. Now for this guy. And see, this is only holding one file folder. It's not holding 15 pages in a file folder. So let's make ourselves more square. Here we go. It's easier to do this when you can line them up. You line it up with the hole and the dot, and you come down. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, all our holes are punched. We're ready to go. Put that back there. Let's clean up our little punchy holes before they get all over the place. Okay, so I felt something lifting here. There we go. Let's get this guy down before. This is the key to doing these, is to, if you feel something lifting, tack it down right away. And we might actually, when we're all done, I might go over this with collage medium just to err on the side of caution. Just, yeah. Or matte medium. So that way it's all adhered down. I just don't want to do it right now because we're in the middle of it all, you know? I'm going to make these more rounded because this one's more rounded. There we go. And then when we fold it up, and on that green one, on the back side of the green one, we'll make, yep. Okay, we're almost done. Well, don't say that, because then we'll jinx ourselves. All right, we're going to do red first. And I need one of those and a needle. Okay, and a drink of water real quick. Okay, I thought I was back and then I wasn't. So start putting wax on. This is paraffin cannon wax because that's what I have available to me right now. Use what you got. I prefer beeswax, but I don't have beeswax. I don't even have a beeswax candle. If you have a taper candle, you can do the same thing with it. Just keep in mind it's going to get chunky. All right, there we go. There we go. And I need a little clip. There we go. Okay, we're going to take this, move it over here, and then we're going to clip this together. So that way it makes it a little easier, because this might be a little bit of a challenge. So we're going to take the paraffin wax again, and we'll run our thread through it. This is embroidery thread. I find it to be the easiest to use and the easiest to find. I mean, you can get these at thrift stores in abundance. If you need embroidery thread, you can use the link down in the description for the Painted Raven. She's got embroidery thread in her shop. And it is not an affiliate link, but you still get a discount code. She is my good friend, and I want to see her be successful, and I want you guys to get a discount. So that's why I do what I do. All right, let's stitch this one in. So we're going to fold this, use this end. So that's our top and our top. So actually it's easier to do it here. Just keep it from pulling through because, you know, Murphy. There we go. I did that backwards. Well, let's still make it work. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so there is that. And now we're going to clip this guy. We're going to put the paper clip so I remember which one is top. Put it right here. There we go. Okay. Well, I've got the clips. I don't need this. Oh, yeah. Why you gotta be like that? There we go. I got the clips at the top. Squish, squish, pudding head. Okay. Let's get these all stacked up. And then, actually, we need to turn them right side out, or wrong side out. And in the order we're going to stitch them. Okay. And put a paper clip here. Paper clip here. Yep. And then we're going to take a blue marker and line this up where we want it. Mark our holes. There we go. Okay. And we can take these off. Grab our green one first because that's the back. Get our bead reamer and poke some holes. There we go. Excuse me. Grab a thread here. One there. One there. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's one. one's going to be a little bit more of a challenge, but I'm always up for a challenge. There we go. It's hard to see my markings. Let's get this one punched too. Since that way we can put the bead reamer away. But I had washi tape in the middle and it was hard to see where I marked it. There we go. Okay. That away. Let's grab our thread. And we're going to wax it. You know what I need to do is make another brick of this. So, all right, there we go. I'm starting to run out of spaces that don't have little lines in it. There we go. Okay. Oh, this broke now too. Interesting. Well, you know what we're going to do? We'll fix that. That's interesting. So what we'll probably do then, since it's being like that, is put some fabric tape on it in spots. It's so interesting. Oops, wrapped it the wrong way. There we go. Okay, last one. Okay. I can't believe that did that. Just trying to figure it out. Like, why did that do that? It shouldn't have been, it should have been completely dry. But we'll fix it. It's not the end of the world. It's just frustrating. You know what we can do? I have an idea. It'll be cool. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna think on it. I'm not gonna fix it tonight or today or whatever time it is. I just know it's a day that ends in Y. That's all I know. Should be tight. Yeah, it'll be tight. There we go. Signatures are all sewn in. So, now, you know what? Let's put it here. Or maybe here. So this is what we got thus far. Give me a moment. I need a drink of water. Because I'm like perplexed and I need to just like stop stressing. I just need to take a breath. So I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Let's go flip through this. Because I've got, where'd my bin go? I've got ideas. This is my bin. The bin of incredible things. So, let's move this over. Let's see what we got here. We've got the journal part here. And all these cool pages. So we need something right here. Okay, so I'm not going to put a pocket here or anything here so it's flat to journal on. Okay, but I am going to put a pocket here so it's still flat to journal on here. So let's find a pocket that will work there. Plus it just needs to get broken up. Let's see, these are all our pockets that are flat. What if we did, that's too wide. So if that's too wide, let's eliminate all the wide ones. Like that one. We can do like that. Or like this. Yep. Okay, so we'll put those two on the front. Excuse me. Let's do a little flip up right here. Let's do it like right there. And then put a circle dial right here for it to tuck into. And it flips up. Okay. So we need to decorate that. And then put some ephemera in here. I was thinking like a belly band right here. It'd be kind of cool. What do we got? What do we got? That's a little piece. That's not very light. That's very lightweight. What if... No, not those. Although I kind of like this one right here. It's kind of calling to me. We made it. I don't like this, but we could hit it with the cutter. Yeah, we'll hit this with the cutter. That was able to come off, so we'll make it straight. Ink the edges. Maybe put something on it. Okay. And then we need something here. What if we did just a belly band with the light yellow? Yeah. Okay. And then we need a pocket here. About, that's not very heavy. What if we did? So this is really heavy. It's like I need something in between. See that? Flips out. It's really heavy though. This is lighter weight. See, if this was a little wider, I could do one of the pop tab closures and put a pocket on the other side. But it's not. Okay, let's just put this stuff in and we'll go from there. Let's see. These two can go on the back. Okay, so I'll take these two, put them with those two, and pick up these guys, put them back in here. Okay, up there. What do we think of this on the cover? Yep, I like that. We can cut down all this stuff, but I like that for the cover. Okay. And so we're going to cut a belly band out of this. Let's move this out of my way somewhere. Stay. If we just did another pocket. No, I want a belly band. So we're going to go down to 2.5. Like that. Okay. Cut this guy off. Okay. There we go. Okay. Might have to trim it down a little bit further. I think that's all we need to trim. So put Fanny back. We've got rub-ons and stuff too. Okay, so excuse me. So we're gonna bring out a piece of paper. Where did my paper go that I had? What if we put this on there? No. Just stay with what you got, Tish. Don't be all going bajiggity. There we go. I wanted this paper. So we're going to lay these down like this. I'm going to move this and this so it's not in the way. Let's bring out some walnut stain and blue, red, that's black, it's green. I've got some purple spray, just a very little bit though. I could put a little water in there. All right, move those out of the way too. Let's get okay, so I'm going to add a little bit of water to this because it's almost gone and it's really a dark color, so it'll be fine. And give this a shake. And there we go. There we go. Purple. Walnut stain. We're just gonna put drops on. Okay. And I think this is green. There we go. Let's do one up here. There. Okay, and blue. And then we're going to come in with speckles of red, but we're just going to take and do this. Because there's already a lot of red in this journal. Okay, I'm going to hit this with the hairdryer so it dries faster. I'm going to mute my microphone. Okay. Now my hands are all messy again. That's okay. All right, now I'm gonna use this again. This one goes with this one. Let's do a little bit of inking on here. This one already has some green on it, so let's make this one a little green. This one has black on it already, so the cohesiveness will be there. I'm just gonna kind of come in and bring in a little bit of green, just a little bit. There we go. So that one and that one. And then these ones both have brown. No, one has brown, one has black. So let's bring in some brown on this one. Are you lifting? Yes, it's all right. This is why I use the Uhu glue sticks. Let's make this one a little bit more brown because they don't lift as much. These, I was trying to use up some of my older glue sticks that I don't like to use anymore, but I should have known better. Excuse me, let's do some brown around here. Actually, let's see if we can get this to punch better. That one looks better. That one looks way better too. All right. Now we're going to take this and ink around the edge a little bit. And so we're going to do this one here. Okay, get a little bit here too. There we go. Stay where I put you. There we go. Make a little journaling spot. Take that one. Oops. Let's flip it the right way so we don't get that white edge. There we go. Excuse me. Now we'll take our art glitter glue And we're just going to glue this edge like that. And bring it down here like that. That way you have like a journaling spot, but it's a secret journaling spot too. So I'll fold this up. There. Now, it's ready to go. These are ready to go. Let's get this guy ready to go. Let's start with purple. Actually, we were going to round these corners. Yeah, let's try that again. Try it one more time. Come on. There we go. That's a little better. Oops. That's a lot better. And since I don't know where we're going to go with this, I think we're just going to leave this at purple because I really like the purple. All right, and this guy, we're going to hit this with coffee stain. Where'd my spray bottle of coffee stain go? There it is. Okay, lay that flat. Okay, well, I guess I just left fingerprints all over it. That's okay. And I'm gonna get my, I have a coffee stain stencil somewhere. There it is. Let's cover the purple up. And we're going to do coffee stain in the splatter. There we go. And now let's hit this with black. Okay, fine. It's just gonna be obtuse. There's so much color in this journal that I just want to do something not so colorful. And I actually will probably round the corners on this, but I'm just going to ink all of it for now. Oops. Just going to ink all of it, and then we can come back and put more black on it when we put it in. Okay, so I'm going to go grab my people and places and postcards, ephemera pack. because I think that and maybe the miscellaneous one. So we'll grab the ephemera packs. So I grabbed this one too because there's stuff in there. Oh God, this chair, I think the spring broke. So it just funks me halfway to the floor. Sit down on it, thunk. Okay, this is miscellaneous. Let's get our people in places one. And we're going to put this over here. Excuse me. Let's grab our journal. And we're going to put this pocket and this pocket. So put this pocket down first. Actually, let's put this pocket down first because this one, oh, you gotta be like that, really? Okay. So we're gonna move this up just a little bit. So it's like right there. Okay. That way I don't lose my spot. I don't know why this is taking so long to dry. There we go. We left a little bit of a lip there so we can tuck that other one underneath it. Again, leaving a little bit of a lip. So we can take this one and tuck it underneath. So we're going to do that first. And come up a little bit. Put a little dot of glue underneath here. And one underneath here. I think this is art glitter glue in here. I don't know. It's acting really funny, so maybe not. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. There we go. There we go. All right. And this guy, oh, I need my circles. Because we're going to do, excuse me. I wonder, maybe we should do that here. Decisions. I kind of like it here. You know what? We're going to do it here. We're going to do it right here. And then I'm going to do a piece of paper to cover this up. Maybe? Or should we do it like this? No, that's too long. What if we did it like this? Yeah, that's not going to work there. That blends in too much. You know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it right here. And then we're going to take a piece of the washi tape, the blue one that we used up front here. The perfect size one right here. That right there. Just like that. And then no, I don't want it that way. Okay, so that'll flip. Actually, what if we did it this way? And then it flips out. Yep. Or if we could do it this way. No, it doesn't cover up that spot though. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. That's cool. Leave that in there. And then oops. Yeah, that's not strong enough. Dude. Well, we can glue two of them together, I guess. I'll just use one of these. Oh, perfect. Okay, where's my black? Black. Okay, rubbing alcohol. Okay. I hold my breath so it doesn't come in, but it still manages to come in. There we go. I'm gonna let that dry for a moment. I want to get something to drink. And this is gonna go here. But we need to cut it off right there. Okay. Around these corners. With the medium. Okay. Still trying to figure out if I want to do a closure on this or not. I don't think I do. I think I'm just going to put the cover on, the cover art on. All right, hang on one second. Okay, cleaned up that mess. Set down the water, whoosh, everywhere. All right, so we're gonna make just a simple belly band in there. And there's a pocket here. I'm gonna ink this edge. And I'm gonna get the big bottle of our glitter glue out because this needs some hefty strength. Hefty. Okay. And for belly bands, I usually glue like the first ½ inch. Hey, yeah. And I'm gonna kind of center it right there. And that should be good. Okay, and I need my pen for this because it's being dumb. There we go. And put a little bit more glue on there. There we go. Oops. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. And circle felt. Why is that on the floor? There we go. Okay. I'm going to glue this down. Put this sideways for now. Oh man. Here's a piece of parchment. There we go. Okay, so we're going to let that sit there for a minute and dry. And then we've got these two pockets. I'm going to put this up a little higher. So put that there. Come up a little, up a little. Okay, and then this guy is going to go right here. So There we go. Do, do, do. Lift this up, push that down. Finish gluing this guy down. There we go. All right. Let's put this belly band right here. I think that'll work just fine. Okay, let's round the corners, hit it with some purple, glue it down, and then let's stuff this guy. All right, let's cut him at it from a different angle. There we go. And I'm just going to get the edge with black. I was just going to leave it purple, but I think since we're putting it on blue, we need to add a little something something. There we go. And put him right here. Actually, let's put it like this. So come down about yay far. Same down here. There we go. And I'm going to smooch it out so I get those edges. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now, let's fill this baby up. So this one we can do pretty much anything we want to do as far as decorating goes, because it's not like there's not a particular theme, but there's colors. So we can put all kinds of stuff in here. So I'm going to put her in here, and then let's get let's use this one. It's fig syrup. I'm going to hit it with some black just so we stay with the, there we go. And we don't need the circles anymore. And let's put that up so we trip over it. So we got those. We need a pocket of some sort, something right here. So, okay, you're gonna drive me to drink. Short drive. Wait, that's driving me crazy. Never mind. So let's find something. This would be cute on there. Need my big scissors. Oops. That's my palette knife that hit the ground. So we're going to cut this down just a smidge. I need to wash my scissors. They're sticky. Okay. And then do small. And brown. And edge in black. There we go. And let's put her right there. Okay, put her right here, just like that. And there we go, little note card, just tucked in there like that. I don't think I have any more folded pages in here. Okay, now I need something for here. What if we did another notebook page? Like that. That, there we go. And then I had some big cards in here, but I guess I don't. They're all little. Oh, you go back in there. I got some bigger cards in here though. Okay, small. Brown. Is that gonna fit in there? Where's my... Might be too big. Yep, too big. He can go right here. Right here like that. I'm not using that crap. You know what? I don't like these, but I'm going to use it anyway. There we go. And then Okay. Put this one here. And let's not, we'll save that for later. Just put that in there, behind that. There we go. And we'll put this one in here, like that. And where do my people and places go? The circles are there. People and places. Let's just do a quick cut on this. Just so it looks neat. There we go. Put her in there. Okay.
Time to start supper. It's 4:45 p.m.
I've missed lunch and supper. No, I haven't missed supper yet. Okay. Let's throw that one in there. No, I'll just do, you know what? We're going to do one of these pages right here. No, not the gold one. I don't think so. Where did they all go? You know what? This one's kind of cool. So let's fold this like this. And then like this. Oops. Boop the camera. Didn't mean to. And then we're going to deckle the edge. I'm going to cut it off here. Like that. We'll stick that somewhere. Put this right here. And this. There we go. Tuck that down later. We're going to let that dry. Stick her right here. Her right here. There we go. Let's see. I have some other ephemera that I want to put in here. But let's put this right here. There we go. Okay, do we have any folded pages in here? I don't think so. Nope, we don't. So, yeah, I kind of like it just like that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to think on it. Not too hard or too long, because, you know, we'll see what happens. Okay. No. We're going to put this in here since it kind of goes with this. I figured it out for this. I'm not going to... There. Let's put that there. Let's take this one out. I don't really like that one. Let's put another piece of copper dyed paper in there. There we go. We can put this in there like that. And then this goes underneath here like that. So this goes like that. So I have more ephemera that I'll put in here. I just have to cut it. I haven't cut all my ephemera out yet. It's a hard process, man. Okay, we need 2 more for in here, but we'll, like I said, I want to load this baby up. And let me know what you think. Maybe I should put some canvas behind it. And it would cut off, you know, so it fits on there. So what do you think? Let me know. So go out and create something awesome out of a pizza box and some extra papers and some spray paint, and just have fun and just kind of throw it together, because you don't have to like think things out too much. At least for me, if I think, then I get stuck. If I just sit here and I just go and see what happens, then I get cool things. If I start thinking and then I start overthinking, and then that's not good. So this is what we got. Let me know if you'd like this cover piece or if you like it without. I don't know. I'm gonna put a poll up on Instagram or something, because I'm like, I don't know. Anywho, remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness. That's a little better than the last one.